Alright, welcome back. Back with some more Darkest Dungeon on the newest patch, which has me a little worried. We shall see.
On and on, over and over, until the truth is laid bare, and you are finally free.
You may have to stop screwing around with every team and actually
A
pick
nebulous nightmare. An apocalypse that only we can oppose.
good characters. We'll have to see.
Your sanctum, adrift in this bituminous nightmare. The shackles of denial must be destroyed.
Okay. We are still going to go with the Occultist.
To know the abyss, one must embrace it.
Pretty sure we're going to go with the Hellion.
Beneath bloodlust and fury, there is emptiness and shame.
Do I want the Man-at-Arms, I think, is the next question. I think so.
Pride. More
I think
devastating
I'm gonna
than
put-
the horrors of 100 campaigns.
Take that off. Take this off. Probably even take Wicked Hack off. Alright, so we do Iron Spawn, Howling End. If it bleeds. Raucous Revelry. Oh, Adrenaline Rush? Yeah, that's what we'll put on. Alright, so what do we want as our last slot? Having them both with hard skin is really nice. What is Gaunt? Gaunt. Like, I know where the swine are. I don't know what enemies are considered gaunt. You have hatred of swine, but also fear of swine, really? Do I need more stress relief is the question here, I think. I have two forms of it, really. So, I don't think so. I have self-healing, regular healing. Did we go Plague Doctor here? I mean, this is just to make like an OP team to beat the freaking new...
Indiscriminate science stains the surgeon's hands.
the new patch, really, so... Alright, Noxious Blast. Plague Grenade. Battlefield Medicine. Ounce of Prevention. Cause of Death? No. We'll go with Magnesium Ring for now. Alright, so we have 2 characters left to upgrade. The Occultist Man-at-Arms. I think we need to do Man-at-Arms to at least get Bellow and Retribution. Those would be really nice. Kind of want to do the Occultist though.
Onward, and let us hope enough yet remains of the world. An impressive haul. Put it to good use.
It's a pretty bad haul, honestly. Debuff resistance. Let's go with the Hellion. Blight resistance. Let's go ahead and put it on the Plague Doctor. That's not the Plague Doctor, that's the Occultist.
I remember our first meeting on the steps of the university. A collegial handshake that would doom us both.
Who are you referring to? You referring to us? Our handshake? Did we handshake you? Come on, Ancestor.
An unexpected find.
Got some food?
You can feel it. A change in the air. Each gravestone is more than a failure. It is a promise to do better.
Alright. See
See?
how the
Even
game
your
progresses
valley
now.
is not immune to the spreading stain. A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Did wake up a bit late,
Steady
so
yourself.
you still have my breakfast.
The work continues.
That's crit, Occultist.
Are you shaken? There is so much worse in store.
Alright.
Rest tonight, under the mountain's unblinking gaze.
Now, question is, what do we take as the new first skill? So ounce of prevention is a single target now, I believe. So we currently don't have any stress relief at all. We have Revelry for herself. Oh, it is allies -1. Okay. Bolster is also -1 on 2 targets. Okay, so I think first off we will go Reconstruction.
Each improvement, a new variable in the equation of your fate.
Grab the cards. Fire.
A regrettably necessary acquisition.
Alright, let's see who gets what. So many negatives, that's not normally the case. That feels bad. Alright, so Man-at-Arms and Occultist are the ones that are looking the best. And then we just ruined it somewhat. Okay, let's stop messing with their affinity.
Every road a winding torment. Every turn bent on our destruction.
+3 mastery to go to the sprawl in the very beginning, level 1.
Another nameless city. Another
Let's do it.
inferno of mutilation and madness. Behold, the great cities of man, ruined and aflame.
Alright, so we have 1 academic study here, 2 academic studies, 3, that's all we need. It gives us both hero shrines also. Occultist Encounter, whatever this is, whatever this is. So we just hug left. Till we get to the academic study. This is a pretty safe path, honestly. Which I think for the sprawl, I'm honestly kind of glad for. Hey Rusk, how are you, sir?
Awaits, eager to ply his
Ooh,
trade.
pajamas, nice. work. Seems about right.
The destination's never in question. Only the route you take to get there.
There's a new patch out for DD2. It changed a lot of stuff. Made some things like the final boss much harder. So we're gonna see how it goes. It's our first playthrough on it.
You must be strong enough to shoulder more than your share of the burden. Abandoned or forgotten, it is ours now.
Coming up on a hospital.
While the heart still beats,
Yeah,
desire will
I mean,
never die.
I agree with you, but I don't think I'm in a rush right now to see new content. I think I'd rather them kind of perfect what they have, and then once they have the correct system down, then to start releasing new content. Because honestly, beforehand, it was quite easy for a Darkest Dungeon game. I feel like if you knew what you were doing, then it was honestly really hard to not win.
She heals the injuries of others while ignoring her own. An elementary problem, is it not? Perhaps you are finding your courage at last.
Alright, we want to take the fight, I think. See, this is not supposed to be a thing anymore. Because this is considered a hard fight. And we're in the sprawl. In our very first mission, we have no mastery points. We're not supposed to hit any of these hard fights. Because honestly, this fight alone could fuck you up. This whole team.
Steady yourself.
So this one already took a turn. Let's do Weakening Curse on this one. Hey, Goldie. I shouldn't have done that. That just wasted the vulnerability curse. Could have used it for a big hit. arm's taking a beating this time. Yeah, see, them throwing that many attacks in a row on one person, that's why this is considered a hard fight. It's a little much. Alright, one down.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
I think we need to rampart forward again, just so that we can reliably have if it bleeds. Because we didn't bring Wicked Hack. Just kind of bad. Kind of means we're relying on damage over times. I want to see if we can actually kill this guy this turn, meaning we'd be able to kill it in the 5 rounds for a, like if it was a road battle. This is pretty freaking difficult. See right there, I don't know. That push alone may have just screwed it up.
Extinguished at last.
That's door. Okay, so we would have gotten it still in the 5 rounds, but we are hurting.
An impressive haul. Put it to good use.
That's really good. Plague Doctor only. Yeah, why not?
The loathing festers.
Definitely feel like the amount of stress they cause each other in between road battles has increased quite a bit. The only one who'll take it is Plague Doctor, huh? I think I want to prioritize the relationships more than whatever trinket that'll give me.
revel in debauchery, debasing themselves in the face of the end.
We're gonna take the fight again. Okay, this one's not as bad. %, burn resist though. That's kind of scary. And resist on everyone. Got the burn on that time though. Alright, one down before they can do a whole lot, which is nice. Missing plate grenades is bad. Go ahead and heal yourselves, like, right in the beginning. I mean, I'm alright with that. Yeah, that's kind of what I was. Alright, we need to swap one of our abilities back on. Probably if it bleeds. We'll swap back to Wicked Hack. Because they're having turns where she can't do anything. It's not what we want. Ooh, nice heal. The Occultist is critting like a madman. Ouch. That was painful.
Lethality writ large.
Alright, we were able to finish that one in 5 turns too.
Amidst the spoils, an artifact of unparalleled power.
Makes me pretty happy.
The loathing abates.
Swap out if it bleeds for Wicked Hack. Put on some items here because we have too many. Go with Flame, just in case we need it. Adrenaline, Tonic. Holy Water. Probably some bandages. And just do a Warhorn. Warhorn actually seems really, really strong. 2 tokens of strengthening for the entire party.
A place of research and inquiry. A monument to a once prestigious career.
I'm gonna try this one. Got the, of course we get the stress and the.
Eager to ply his trade.
Okay. Got the stress and the quirk, which is a bit unfortunate. Got 17 torch. We are coming up on an assistance encounter though. We should get some torch there. Stress is getting a little high. We need to work on getting that a little down. I do not want to do an occultist battle. Alright,
Giving
good.
into madness is easier than holding out against it. They are heroes.
Negative
Wainwright
reactions,
awaits,
unfortunately.
Eager to ply his trade.
Don't
Your
think we had
coach
much
is
choice there,
laden.
though.
You can carry no more.
Alright.
Myriad
Let's go to the hero shrine.
require careful deliberation.
No, 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 no. No! Oh! Dang it. Try to pick up something in the road, end up going down the wrong freaking path. That's upsetting. Missed a hero shrine for that. Didn't even get the item that was in the road.
The lost souls of a dying world.
Mmm.
Empty of hope and humanity. A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Okay. One dies. Get some flame.
A breakthrough.
Nice crits. Like half this freaking HP almost. Not stun me. Good. Should have just let her die next turn, honestly.
The smallest variable can make all the difference. There is comfort in company.
Why did we take stress there?
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end. Abandoned or forgotten. It is ours
Stress is
now.
getting a little high. Yes, baby. Yes. Man, we are ruining our relationships.
Scavenge what you can, and be off
Which is not
once
good.
more.
Let's see. Let's go ahead and put that on. Let's go ahead and add this. Let's see. I already have don't have bandages on. Oh, we did. Go ahead and get rid of the flame. Yeah, that's all we'll do. Light Doctor's still sitting at 6 stress. If we can get the Hellion up to 5, we can get both of them down some with her ability. Occultist is at 5 now.
A handsome rendering of some wealthy degenerate.
Morning, Moo. How are you?
In this world, wealth is worthless
Wow,
without
that is
purpose.
one of the most garbage trinkets to get from one of these. Oh, I feel you, Moo. You having a good day otherwise, though?
We must keep moving.
True. Well, we're playing on the... Yeah, it is. Friday is always good. Playing on the most recent patch for Darkest Dungeon, and they've made it quite a bit more difficult, so...
Man-at-Arms. Chapter 1. A premature promotion. The politics of a military career are perhaps as treacherous as war itself. Though untested in combat, his acumen for advancement was unmatched. Through a dubious campaign of influence and intimidation, he had at last claimed a coveted command, and was eager to bask in the glory of the victories that were sure to come.
When the man-at-arm was still kinda young and had an eye. I want to see what happens when he loses his eye. Alright, so... I'm gonna get rid of Hold the Line for Bellow. Remove those counterattack tokens. Looks good. They changed a lot of stuff, actually. The patch notes is just full of different things. But they made stress management a lot more difficult. And they made some of the healing abilities a bit worse. They made... a lot of the abilities have been... I mean, it was mostly focused around stress, that a lot of them have been reduced in certain ways. Death's Door has been reduced. The maximum for Death's Door has been reduced, so it's a lot harder to reach. Pretty much like the invulnerability status. But essentially you can't cure stress anymore if you don't have 5 at least. Which, having 5 stress makes it so that your team is having a lot of negative interactions with each other. So it's kind of hard to prevent that from happening. And as soon as they start having the negative interactions, it just starts snowballing from there. And the final boss got a ton of buffs. Like, it's crazy how many buffs the final boss got. So if we make it to the mountain, we'll see if we're even able to complete that boss.
Early results are encouraging. The slow suffering begins.
Alright, so that's gonna kill him. Let's go with Weakening Curse here.
There is comfort in company. Slow dissection, an unavoidable end. There is comfort in company.
Looks like they fixed the ability selection though, which is nice. You can actually select your abilities using the 1 through 5 button keys now. Beforehand it was hit or miss on if they would actually work.
Mistimed, misdirected. The slow suffering begins.
They have so much burning. Lord. Do you stop doing this one move?
A slow dissection, an unavoidable end.
Alright, we're gonna see if we can do the second and third fight. We'll have to... It's gonna be a test, though.
A slow dissection, an unavoidable end.
Alright, so we finish off 2 of them there. Honestly, if possible, want to try and finish off the front guy before the second one. He's much more dangerous. Less HP too. It's by 5, but still helps. Easier to take down.
A slow dissection, an unavoidable end.
Alright, does that kill him? Yes. Nice. Big chunk of damage. Plus 40% max HP, and we're getting a 15% max HP. Nice. Oh. And these guys. The freaking, deacons. They made them so much stronger. They now do this move at the very beginning, not on their first turn. So that means from the very get-go, they're automatically going to have either a melee reduction or a range reduction. They have their Sunder ability removes block tokens, and their AoE attack got a damage buff. So all in all, they're just like major pain in the butts now. Yeah, they kind of left the other one alone, whatever it's called. But the
suffering begins.
The Deacon got massive buffs, and there's something with these cherubs too. Something with these cherubs. I don't remember what it was. I think it has something to do with their worship ability. Man, they already have 2 stacks of the 75% dodge on them. I almost feel like I want to just lean into damage still. I'm I'm at the point where I can heal, but I just don't know if it's the best option yet. I want to try and kill him, or get him as low as possible. 1 point away. Yeah, see, 9 points on a cleave attack that does 2 stress to the entire party. That's a bit much. The Cherub's Worship now removes damage over times and heals the whatever they're called, deacons.
A little help, impeccably timed.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy right now.
Mistimed.
Oh, blinded.
Misdirected.
Of course. Stress while fighting them is outrageous also. I mean, it's always been pretty bad with their, like, AoE hits, but...
Large.
Oh, okay. It almost feels like you have to kill the cherubs now before you can kill the deacon, because they sit here and heal the crap out of him. Oh my god. That was 27 damage. And how much stress did that add?
Restless
It had to have
souls
added like 4
thrive
stress.
in chaos they create. Restless souls thrive in chaos they create.
They're just healing the shit out of him.
The smallest variable can make all the difference. A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Alright, he's gonna die. Can't believe we had the deacon down to literally no health. I mean, he was on death's door, and look at him now. Freaking blind. Yeah, deacons are a whole new ball game now. I mean, that was pretty nice. Getting rid of 3 points from both of them. That was on their relationship. That's pretty good. That's twice, though, that they've blocked the stress relief, which is ticking me off. Two stress across the entire freaking team from his AoE attack. That's 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row he's blocked the stress heal. That's a bit of an overtune on their reactions, I would say. Yeah, they did fix that. All heals have 3 uses now. Actually, I think... So, Weird Construction is the only one that doesn't have a number of uses anymore. Raucous Revelry doesn't. Adrenaline Rush does. Indiscriminate Science doesn't yet. This is one that they'll need to look at eventually. People aren't using it currently, but Indiscriminate Science, that's going to be one they'll have to adjust at some point. Two-point heal. Nice. 15 normal attack. 4 stress on her from that.
Each covets what the other has and plots to take it.
Four times in a row. Block the stress heal.
There is comfort in company.
How did he get a stack of worship right now? It took 5 bolsters for him to finally be able to land one. Oh, the death's door at 5%. Is that 3 death door checks at 5%? What is going on? Oh no, he's not at 5%. Must have my thing in the wrong way. He's at 50 something. Never mind. Sitting here talking shit and I'm not even correct.
An impressive haul. Put it to good use.
Oh my lord. Alright, this was the first area. So it is to be expected to be a bit harder. You do what all the time, Moo? Confuse their death blow resistance? As long as you do it with confidence, most people will believe you. So I think we had what, like 4 or 5 meltdowns during that one fight?
The place is a little worse for wear.
That's pretty rough, honestly. Like, coming back from that, getting their relationships back, like, this is gonna be damn near impossible. The freaking getting the Hellion back in good shape, that's gonna be a totally different story.
Demands it.
Yeah, the cultists have always been pretty rough. They haven't ever been that bad, though, I feel like. Ounce of Prevention looks like it's... I don't know if it's an entire team buff anymore or if it's a single target, but it does have a 2-turn cooldown, which is pretty high. And it still only removes the stress if they're above 5. Didn't say it changed anything but the stress thresholds? What do you mean? Like the... The individual change are underneath all of the characters for their skills. You can see it here where it says the ability requires for the stress heal to work, their stress has to be 5 or greater. And that's on like every single stress heal now. And they added cooldowns to a lot of things that are increased cooldowns for abilities. Like Ounce of Prevention used to have a 1-turn cooldown. Now it starts off as a 3 and goes to a 2. Bolster used to be able to use every turn. It's now on a 1-turn cooldown and it's only 2 targets. Yeah, some of them did ding it. I completely agree. I think it may have been... I feel like they should have done one or the other to start off with to see how it affected the game. I feel like they made a lot of changes at once, and it may have been a bit too much overtuning for like one patch. It probably should have done like half the things that they did, and then if it still wasn't enough, like add some more onto it.
Each improvement.
We have medical equipment, which is going to be really nice. Strong box for increased stacking. It's good. Weird construction never had a cooldown. They removed the amount of uses. Like, it has unlimited uses now per combat. Honestly, though, it's still, with it keeping the minus 33%, I feel like they should increase that to 50%. Because I think weird construction should be the only heal that functions under 50% instead of 33%. Since you have the possibility of healing for 0 and you like can bleed yourself.
The first of many forks in the road. Choose your path and ride out unbowed.
We're gonna go for here for sure. We just picked up the wagon upgrade for the Photor, and we definitely want this wagon upgrade.
The farms and fields of our kingdom, overrun with putrescence and rot.
Possibly gain an extra action when hit? That seems incredible for the man-at-arms. You just guard someone, causing yourself to get hit twice as often. Oh yeah, they know. I don't know if this is what I want though, because I have the trinket on him right now for the health, that as soon as I get the dark impulse we're putting on, that's gonna be 40% max health increase. Do I want 40% max health or do I want extra turns? Oh, that seems like such a good trinket for the man-at-arms. 33%, that's such a high chance too. I mean, that's a pretty high chance. It's not ridiculous. Oh, the decisions. I can pick up the ranged attack for our occultist, because that's always good. Or I can pick up this, and then forsake the 40% max health. I'm gonna go with the one I can guarantee is pretty good.
Paid for in blood.
Alright, let's see if we can get their freaking stress down to a reasonable amount and get their relationships under control. You definitely do use the items that are like -5 stress more often now, though. Beforehand, honestly, I just threw those out because I never needed them. Alright, everyone's HP is back. We gotta focus on the Hellion with everyone. Can't do that with anyone because of their freaking bad relationships, of course. That's blocked by relationships also, okay. All the freaking stress reduction things are all blocked by the freaking relationships. Are you supposed to get... I don't understand. How are we supposed to be able to get their relationships back in working order if we can't use anything? All right, here we go.
The rancid crop grows unchecked and abhorrent.
Oh, we got literally like no scouting. We're gonna go left, get the watchtower, because currently I have no clue where I'm going. I think we scouted 3 nodes. Also, one of the main questions is, in DD1 we go back in town, build and recruit, try to return with full squad, but here what's the point of our runs and try to keep all party members? What is the concept of DD2? Currently, I don't think they... Currently, that's kind of how it makes me feel. Like you're saying, it seems very pointless because it's like you do your act and then you're done. I'm hoping what they do is that it becomes a 5-act game and it's a completely like tied together cohesive portion, that each act you take your characters from the first act into the second. So if you have a character die in the first act, they won't be available in the second act. And if they have all these quirks and everything like that, then they'll take them into the second one. I'm hoping that that's how they'll kind of integrate it and make it so that actions have more consequences, you feel more attached to your characters, things like that, but we don't know yet.
Amidst the spoils, an artifact of unparalleled power.
I think it's way too early to judge right now. I mean, we've seen 1/5 of the game, if that. Just from the fact that there's supposed to be like 5 acts. I think it's just way too early to judge right now. If honestly, even the people that right now are playing the game, saying that they love the game and how good it is, whatever, by the time the game fully releases, that may not be the case.
The Wainwright awaits, eager to ply his trade.
I think they're still working out some bugs, Rusk. I don't think it'll be this much of a questionable experience whenever the final game comes out. I think we're definitely seeing the first like baby steps of the game. But it'll hopefully take some, leaps and bounds before 1.0 releases. Alright, let's not miss the hero shrine this time on accident. If we go to the hero shrine, that kind of forces us into the lair. Are we willing to get rid of 25 stress for this? I mean, 25 flame.
It is ours now.
That was a lot. A big flame reduction.
You can carry no more.
Someone's got, yeah, someone has flame on them we can use. Yeah, I agree with you, Mo. I feel like this is... I mean, I think we want to hate on it just because it has really, really high expectations following up DD1. But I feel like there's still plenty of time for them to make a lot of different changes. And I think that we'll be able to see those happen in action, and I kind of appreciate that.
A festering impasse, tended by toothy fiends.
They need to tune these guys down, though. They're still way too strong. Yeah, the patch notes has quite a few changes to a lot of the enemies that are in the Photor, but for whatever reason, the goats didn't get a hit, and the goats definitely need a hit. Can you not stress him out? Like, he's already having a really rough time. Alright, we still have a few turns. Did we upgrade Ounce of Prevention? We did. We need to test that and see. If it's party-wide or not. Man, he keeps vulnerability cursing himself, which really sucks. Okay, so Ounce of Prevention is still party-wide. Which still makes it pretty good, especially for like farm and relationship status, because anytime you use an ability on an ally, it'll have a possibility of increasing your relationship. So having party-wide abilities are really nice. Freaking 2 stress from that. 2 stress from their interaction.
Scavenge what you can, and be off once more.
Yeah, I already have that one on. Oh, we didn't use any torch items. Should have done that. What am I gonna do at the hospital here? I don't feel like I have... Do I have any diseases? No. So this is gonna be quirk management probably. I don't understand why at the hospital there's never any freaking salves, like healing salves. Looks like laudanums can still be used whenever stress is above 0 instead of having to be greater than 5. Which it's about all we can afford. I didn't realize we had 6 relics.
An elementary problem, is it not?
Alright, we need to keep the flame. That's a heal.
Onward, while there is still
Swap
time.
this for now. Alright, Hero Shrine, here we come. We'll have a road battle. Alright, we need to use the torch items.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Didn't use the torch item. Dang it. Need to use the torch item.
Anxiety for men's insidious fears.
So much stress. Well, that's unfortunate.
Cruelty and callousness have claimed dominion here.
I did say it was going to be damn near impossible to come back from the freaking triple negative interaction. It's about proving to be correct. Resisted the burn, both of them.
Empowered, emboldened.
How can you be envious? That also affected you. Like, if it had been a single target ability on someone else, I would understand. But the ability was a party ability. Uh-oh.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
She has really high death blow resist. Because of the buff. Oh, we got it with the damage over time. That was lucky.
An unexpected find.
They also changed the mastery. Like, you're not gonna find mastery as much in most cases, which is a bit concerning. Because there are some times when you can literally go like the entire first or second area and get no, leave with like 3 mastery points. At that point, you might as well not have had any almost.
Chapter 2. A leader of men. Behold the conquering general, marching his men to victory.
Why did that daze? Hold on. Yeah, that was supposed to give them a speed buff, and all it did was daze the entire team. It's doing the opposite of what it's saying it's doing. feel like I need to just leave them to their own devices. I never realized how, like, I personally never went to Red Hook's website and, like, looked at their comic strips, right? And that's on me for not going and looking at them. But I didn't realize how fucked up everyone in the Hamlet was. Like, every single one of them has some kind of tragic backstory.
A rout, a massacre, a complete and total failure of command.
You know, something we're not doing because we've taken this path. We still have 3 loathing. And that's not really going to decrease very much. If we can do the layer, then it'll get rid of some. And then the resistance encounter can get rid of more, but that's it. Alright, so layers right here. Let's set up to make sure that we're good to go. I mean, there's not really much we can do. Feel like that's best abilities we got. We only have those. Do we want stand fast? Is there something else that we would trade out? I almost feel like I want to swap Iron Swan for Bloodlust, but I don't have an ability to give them bleed right now to make it worth it. I'd have to put on like bleed out or something. Only thing it would do is remove the winded buff. Okay. Let's give it a try. Do the best we can. I am going to go for
Empowered.
stress relief as quick as possible if we can. Just to get them back down below the 5-point mark. I mean, you're probably right. It just...
Weaken them.
I've never really
May finish the work.
thought about it, I guess. My gosh, they're just refusing everything. Stressing each other out real bad.
slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Okay. Things are getting a little out of control here. We're literally having an interaction between them every single turn. Every single freaking person's turn, someone is yelling at someone. Did she almost just get stunned for some reason? I think that resists the stun buff, debuff. I don't know what that was about. Ooh. This is a rough team.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
$12 points of damage over time on him right now. Don't stress her. 2 points of stress. Like, they need to reduce how much stress is being given to other people, party members. If you're gonna yell at each other and you give each other 1 stress, that's one thing. But to give each other just 2 stress, it's quite a bit. Especially when you're doing it like as much as they have it tuned to right now. That felt bad having to do.
Weaken them, that another may finish the work.
They continue to stack those. Why can I not see how many damage over times he has on himself anymore? Oh. Got it. Figured it out.
Early results are encouraging. The work continues.
Alright, that was a huge cure, because that was 20 points of damage over time, plus a 13-point heal. So effectively 33 points of healing. It's big.
There is comfort in company.
That was a big hit from him too, Lord. Alright, we need to do these. of course. Must resist the move. Can't allow you to move into position. That would be offensive. All right. I mean, that's some decent trinkets. Both those trinkets are really good. Sometimes I think need to choose other ability first. Which one? Do this. Doesn't buff our debuff resistance though, which is really what I want here. Yeah, I don't, but then you have a possibility of it not canceling it, right? So it's really like, is that gonna work? Double blind, vulnerable, and the overwhelming hunger. All in one turn. Ouch. %40 resistance on blight. You got a blind on us right now. Nice crit. Got the blight. Hate you. Hate you so much. Ooh, that was a nice big crit. That was without even either a weak vulnerability token or a strengthening token. Uh-oh, here comes the big melee one.
This is no time to
ow. Still can't effectively use... Ounce Prevention's not back up yet. I can get rid of a... Ooh! Ooh! Battlefield Medicine. Nice. It removes on self and another person now. For the blind, bleeding... Blight, bleed, and burn. That's really nice. I was kind of sad that that ability didn't have that effect still. All right, yell at her and then heal her some. Please. Nope. Okay. Nope. Okay. Oh! You know, I honestly didn't even register that they were all B words, but yeah, I agree with you. Tantalizing tidbit. I don't know why I like that word, tidbit. I find it funny. Things are starting to get out of control.
Impeccably timed.
Right when he gets down to the last little bit of HP. Nuclear titbit? Or tidbit? Because if it's titbit, I find that hilarious. Oh, the 1 point with the freaking bleed. Oh no. Plus he'll possibly get the... Okay, he didn't. That would have been real bad if he got the thing that makes him move forward.
The slow suffering begins.
You cold over there? Yeah.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Alright. He's on death's door.
The slow suffering begins.
We're still killing bosses, which is good. I would say that this is probably a one of the stronger teams compositions with the multiple ways of healing and stress relief and everything. But it still feels good to be able to still take out bosses with all the changes. Oh, of course we're blinded. I should realize things like that. Resisted. Oh, can you please just die? Like, my team's looking pretty bad right now. I don't want to take your 2 attacks. It looks like I don't have a choice. Okay.
Fight through the fatigue. Welcome relief from caustic agony.
That's one death's door hit on the Plague Doctor. Alright, got him. We are in terrible shape.
An impressive haul. Put it to good use. The loathing festers.
Alright, so Hellion is gonna use the heal trinket. So melee damage up 25%, and then 25% chance to heal 20% of HP. Occultist is hitting more than our Plague Doctor, so he's gonna get the chance to apply the negative. Disease resist? I don't know if we really need disease resist. Why don't we go with HP instead? Alright, we have an assistance encounter with a road battle. The road battle is going to be the worst part. We are looking rough. I need to drop something so we can pick things up. Let's go ahead and drop this. Drop the scout for the hoarder also. I don't even think our people healed at all. I mean, this isn't a bad fight, though. They are gargantuan enemies, which kind of sucks, but... I really need their relationships to improve. It's getting a little out of hand. I didn't even pay attention. Did that layer reduce our loathing? Because we were sitting at 3, which is a lot. Stress her out a little bit. Okay.
There is comfort in company.
Okay, they're back down below 5. And he's back above 5. Two down. Hellion can probably kill 1.
A trivial worriment.
Daze him. We going last.
Welcome relief from caustic agony.
Saw that coming. Oh, God. They're not letting me do anything. He'll die when he gets his turn.
There is comfort in company. An
inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn
I still
relics.
need the occultist like item thing that makes it so the occultist trinkets work. I really hate that that's a thing, because you have to give up 2 trinkets to make 1 trinket work. But don't know a guaranteed way to do it. Do we have to do an occultist battle? I guess, huh? What's our torch at? 59?
Abandoned or forgotten, it is ours now.
Yeah, I had a feeling. I just didn't really want to do it. Alright, so we did get our loathing down some with that layer fight. So if we do this in Resistance Encounter, it should reduce our loathing all the way, which will make it either easier for next time.
Plague eaters, feeding on the tainted crop.
I mean, that's pretty good. Should have probably done it with the Hellion, though. We were stealthed. Oh crap. We're gonna bust them out. He's gonna get busted out of stealth, and then they're all gonna take their turns, and they're just gonna focus him down. Stealth working against us here. Okay, well, it looks like the Maiden didn't have anything he could do from the very first, with Plague Doctor being in back, which is good. That was a miss. Nice. Nope. Sarge yourself. Lord.
On to the next.
Let's do this just to get rid of the corpse also. %85 blight resistance. Let's go with the burn then.
A slow dissection.
Still resisted the burn on one of them.
Unavoidable end.
That feels bad. Alright, a little bit of stress down.
There is comfort in company.
A little more stress down. Trying to cancel out the strength and buff with the vulnerability. I thought you're only able to do the Baneful Breath whenever he has that token from feeding. I guess not, though. Ow. Man, these guys are hurting a lot.
And now, the greatest test of all. There is comfort in company.
Ow. One damage. Because she's got the freaking double-winded. She's not getting low enough to remove it either, which is really bad.
Back from the brink.
That's really good. Removing all three of those, that means their relationship goes back to neutral. Okay. So the Hellion has a bad relationship with the other two still. Whew. I mean, we're slowly getting it back in working order, but it is taking so much.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end. Steady yourself.
Oh, great. Let's start working our way back towards those negatives. Of course. The soup we gave her is preventing her from getting below that 33% threshold, where we can use the buff to get rid of her winded. So it's kind of screwing us over. Die to the burn, please. Thank you. Really wish you'd let me remove your stress. Don't eat the corpse. That could be worse, honestly. Yeah, there's a meltdown. They definitely have made stress a lot harder to manage. Like, a insane amount harder to manage.
Steady yourself. Fight through the fatigue. A breakthrough.
Hug.
Persistence will overcome.
Jeez, the amount of times we weren't able to use abilities. So frustrating.
The loathing abates.
Get rid of the 4 spoons, I guess, so we can continue on. Yeah, it does. I mean, I get that her abilities that make her winded. That's how it was before. She was always winded if you used an ability that gave her the winded buff. So like Howling End, right? Whenever you use it, it gives her the winded buff, which reduces her chance, reduces her damage by 33% and does something else. Don't remember exactly what it is, but it always lasted the entire combat. It just didn't specifically say that. So the only way to get rid of the winded buff is by either using Adrenaline Rush or by using Bloodlust, which Adrenaline Rush is good, but you got to be low on HP. Bloodlust does absolutely nothing for you. You waste your turn to get rid of the winded buff, and you get the little damage up versus bleeding, but that only helps you in certain teams. Yeah, I mean, you start off with the only ability that gives you winded, though, when you first get her is the Yop. And then the next ability you get is Bloodlust to remove winded. So, unless you're spamming Yop, which there's no reason to, because all it does is a damage down token, it doesn't actually... It's not really that helpful. Then it shouldn't affect you. There's much better ways to go about that, though. The Occultist Weakening Curse gives 2 stacks of weakening instead of 1, and the like Jester has Blind, which is just all around better than... Chance to miss is better than reducing damage. I feel like she's much better for raw damage herself, and like the stress relief that she has. Ah. Didn't think about that. So I guess in your case, it might be.
There is comfort in company.
Trying to get some freaking healing in before this ends, since this is a super easy fight. You're such a freaking tard.
Scavenge what you can, and be off once more.
Honestly, I feel like I would like to see more use for N items. I feel like if you run into like a safe haven on the road, like a hospital or something like that, you should be able to use N items at that time. Having them like this, where you have to wait the entire run, they're just taking up bag space. They're such a burden. That would also make hospitals more beneficial to actually go to.
This unkempt study evokes a feeling of the familiar, does it not?
An unexpected find.
That reduces our torch down to 6, I think. Yeah. So we pretty much have forced a occultist fight here, which is kind of what I was wanting, because I want to get that trinket. But we're going to see how difficult it's going to be. Can you give it to me before we fight this? Because this is going to give me a lot of torch. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. That feels bad. And the goats still being goats. Pain in the butt. Why did you get a crit token just now? Why? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Why did he not crit though? He got a crit token and didn't crit? That seems a little weird. Try to increase the relationship on one and get a negative on the other. Can't win. Oh, Moo, you're gonna get me in trouble if I answer that question. I figured. Trying to boost relationships. Oh my goodness. Hate all of you. It's gonna do no damage. I mean, that didn't help us. I don't know why I did that. That was good. It's helpful. Pays off. Ounce of prevention isn't going to help us here. Let's do a heal.
This wound, at least, has been tended to. There is comfort in company.
Okay.
On to the next.
So shitty.
A slow dissection.
Ooh, we can actually use what is it, bolster now, to get rid of the repose tokens. Not bolster. Bellow. We put it on just in case we'd be able to do it, and this is the first time we're gonna get a chance to.
In crisis, We can rely only upon each other.
Fucking 2 stress.
Weaken them, that another may finish the work.
I think when they hit their allies like that, it should consume their, like a block token or something like that, if they have it. I think that would make sense. It doesn't make sense he gets to hit him for free. Bolster used to be good because it was usable every single round and you could remove 1 stress from literally every single party member. Now it's still reasonably good because it's 2 stress on 2 people. Plus you get a guard token from it. But it's only usable every other round and they have to be over 5 stress. So I don't know if it's as good as it was. But it's definitely still good.
Action.
It's also nice in instances like this where I can remove this vulnerability token before they can use it, which I think is really helpful. True. But now, Ounce of Prevention Plus is... it's really not that good, I don't think. Like, it doesn't have a lot going for it. It's mainly just now for the buffs. It's way more about the buffs than the stress relief. Which for some fights is great. Just not as many as the stress was good for. Yeah, it makes it unique. I feel like it makes it an ability that is not just spammed for its universal purpose, but it's spammed for like a good specific reason. Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, because why wouldn't you, right? Like, if you can remove 1 stress per round, why wouldn't you do that? Oh, that's nice. We still don't have any of the freaking Dark Impulse trinkets, though. Oh, another deacon. Fuck these deacons.
A miscalculation, perhaps.
That hurts so much. Why you gotta hit so hard? Let me play Doctor's turn. Dang it. Oh.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end. promising development.
Okay, he's gonna die. So we killed the cherubs. Wait. You should die. You suck so bad. Why is that a thing? Why do they get a free turn to pass on the worship?
There is comfort in company.
Oh, that's frustrating. That is insanely frustrating. If you freaking give him 2 stress and he hits a meltdown, I swear. I don't know if I can justify Howling ending right now. Especially when she's got blind tokens. Why did you have 2 freaking blind tokens?
Mistimed as directed.
Those cherubs. Those cherubs were rocking her world. It's gonna be a good amount of stress on the whole team. Alright, blind tokens are gone, finally. I don't know how helpful that's going to be, because he can just shred guard tokens now. Or block tokens.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
You little shit, Hellion.
A brilliant conclusion.
Yeah, there goes all the block tokens. There's a freaking meltdown too. Okay.
Resentment. The slow
Back to
step
getting those
into
negative
poison.
reactions. You know, we spent the whole run getting them back down from the last time we fought a freaking deacon. Here we are again, same situation. Get out of my face, Deacon.
An impressive haul.
Fuck.
Put it to good use.
We never meant to trivialize your big bad. I feel like we need to keep the relics. I think I can drop some baubles here. We have 112. I'll dump that stack of 16 just so we can move on. We're gonna get the reward for the hoarder. Well, we made it out of here relatively good stress and relatively good health. Relationships, terrible. Everyone hates everyone. And because their relationships make everyone hate everyone, I can't use freaking items in the end, which is very upsetting.
The table is set. The inn awaits its favorite guests.
Okay.
Each improvement
I feel like this is imperative.
in the equation
Reducing the chance of negative banter. It has to happen.
reconfigure. Meet each challenge on its own terms.
Alright, we're going to do mastery in a bit. Well, I need to look at other things first. This is back here again. Honestly, since we haven't found... Yeah, we're grabbing it this time. Greatly increase passive healing. That looks really good. Especially since we don't have many affinity or stress reduction items here. I think we may buy this.
Experience.
Alright, so now what am I going to swap out for it? I guess we go Strongbox. We have so much extra healing now coming from the road. We have reduced negative banner, we have increased inventory. Alright, Man-at-Arms. This trinket's not helping you at all since we don't have Dark Impulse. So let's put on this one. Oh, okay. The freaking Man-at-Arms is just stressing out the wazoo. We run into Fanatics, stress. He attacks someone, stress. Combat starts, stress. Alright, we're gonna remove... Try to get rid of the chatterbox from the Plague Doctor. So maybe he'll shut up and stop stressing out the team and causing bad relations. Alright, most of the bad relations still revolve around the Hellion. Man-at-Arms is not looking good, though. He's almost... Whew, Man-at-Arms is almost negative with everyone. Let's do Hellion and Plague Doctor if we can. Nope. Okay. I mean, it's so frustrating. Like, how are you supposed to make this any better? I can't improve anything because the relationships are bad. How are you supposed to come back from it? Literally every one of these items that we have right here are all useless because they refuse to use any of them due to having bad relationships. Alright, let's try to get one other Man-at-Arms gone. I'm not going to waste a -5 stress on 1 stress. It's pointless. I honestly just want to dump every single one of these items right now because I'm so frustrated with it. I'm going to. You're wasting my inventory space. We'll probably regret it later, but right now I just don't care.
Everywhere.
Angry.
Need.
And I don't like either of these. I definitely don't really want this trinket. I don't really want to go to the sprawl though either. Do we go to the sluice? Even though we get nothing for it? And it's super short, we'll probably not get... Yeah, the tango is way easier. They did reduce the difficulty on the sprawl quite a bit this patch, if I remember from when I heard what the patch notes were saying. But the sprawl is still going to be the most dangerous. I mean, this honestly is asking us to just play it safe. Because it's not a trinket that I would really use on anyone. Like, I have pretty much what I want for her. It doesn't get much better than that, honestly. I could put it on him instead of this debuff resist. They're both saying, like, avoid fights. This one's no more than 1 resistance encounter. And this one's no more than 3 road battles. We'll go to the tangle. We'll get that trinket. Alright. Now we can use our points here. Swan, hack, adrenaline rush. So she's maxed out now with what we're gonna use. Remove counterattack and remove crit. I don't know if I really want that. I don't really want many of the man-at-arms really abilities right now. I was hoping we would get retaliation because that's one that I want. Abyssal Artillery is good. And probably Magnesium Rain. Since we're going to the Tangle, Noxious Blast is not going to be that great. One extra damage per turn on every person. I'll take it. Takes it from, what, 6 damage to 9? Alright, let's see how much passive healing we get now that we have those 2 stagecoach upgrades. Okay, so how can we avoid road battles? Because quite honestly, this map does not look like it's going to let me. Okay. We go left, and then we have to take 1 right here. Let's go to the academic study. To then go to the watchtower, to the cultist. Three, 4. See, that doesn't help. That's 4 right there. 1, 2, 3. So this would be 1 battle here. 2 battles or 2 battles. No. I guess that's the way. 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like it makes us get 4 no matter what. 1, 2. There's literally no way to get no more than 3. Right? I'm not dumb. I'm seeing this correctly, right? We have to do one battle here. And then even if we follow this all the way up here, 2, 3, 4. This is 2 no matter where we go. 3. We could go here. But I mean that's battle number 4. This is battle number 4. Oh well, fuck it. I don't even care. I don't care no more. Can't even get the freaking secondary. It's impossible.
An elementary problem, is it not?
Hero Shrine, that's good. Take it.
Chapter 3. One eye open. Every night, the men of his regiment would interrupt his fitful convalescence. Mutilated and maimed, the spectral garrison clawed at his bed covers, whispering hateful truths in his ears. The exhausted attendants in the field hospital would wake to the sound of panicked screaming and inglorious sobs. It was not the war that had taken his eye. It was pride.
Did he rip his own eye out? Is that what that means? Alright, so there's the... what, taunt, right? Taunt and counterattack? Is that what that is? Yeah?
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn relics.
Alright, let's see what our first road battle is. Our one of 27 road battles, because the game hates us. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, Hellion had days. Hellion's gonna one-shot this girl when she gets a turn. Hopefully.
A trivial worriment.
Nice. One more to go.
A slow dissection.
Alright, he's gonna die.
Avoidable end.
Not really much else we can do though. Try doing this. See if that... I was hoping it would improve our relationship or two, but I guess not.
In crisis, no gain is insignificant.
Ah, of course. Let's just make the Hellions relationship even worse. Why not? Oh, you suck. I hate these guys. Y'all have a 10% resistance, and you both resisted it. Okay. Alright, so now that he's done that, we'll use Bellow next turn to get rid of his riposte. One HP. Feels bad. Did you really just daze him? Okay, you dazed him for next round.
A promising
One down.
development.
Oh, they buffed the knights to where they now, when they cast on guard, they also remove blind tokens from themselves, which is just all kinds of shitty. Yes, the strat that most people were using to deal with them was to blind them before they would cast on guard, because once they cast on guard, they start retaliating with like bleed attacks and just spamming massive bleed attacks. And now they just get rid of that strategy completely.
slow suffering begins. Persistence will overcome even the greatest of threats.
We got a whiskey barrel for the next camp. We'll probably get a bunch of negative affinity like we did with our first whiskey barrel.
The loathing whispers.
Alright, what's the next area? A hospital? If I could get rid of... If I could improve affinities at a hospital, I would like a hospital, but... It's not much help to me now.
She heals the injuries of others while ignoring her own.
Still not a single freaking medical salve. I still have yet to see a single medical salve at a hospital, which makes no sense. Alright, I'm gonna buy a freaking shit ton of laudanums.
The odds of illness are high. Best to be prepared.
And we can get rid of one negative quirk. -2 speed. Get rid of that. Alright. You get some laudanum. You get some laudanum. Y'all get some laudanum. None of those are going to be helpful here. Bleed resist, I guess, because there is quite a few enemies with bleed. Guess we'll go with the blind. Alright, where do we want to go?
Onward while there is still time.
Yeah. I think I'll go do the Occultist Encounter. There's no way to not get our 4 road battles, so might as well get a little loathing reduction while we're at it and the trinket that allows us to use the other ones. And then we have to decide if we want to use the HP one or the damage one. Smoke bomb coming in handy right away. Except it didn't work. Dang it. Dang it. Alright.
On to the next.
2 for 1. Nobody's at the point where we can bolster to buff them up. Trying to reduce stress here. Quit being a pain in my butt.
An unexpected find.
They're already starting to just get... Three battles in, y'all. Can you just calm down? Calm your tits, Hellion. Alright, just use that to get rid of a dodge.
Is directed.
The double vulnerable token, that's gonna suck.
A promising development.
Alright, Cherub's down. Now we can try and get some stress relief going while we take out these. Double weakening. Tried to stun him. That would have been bad. I feel like they really reduced. They didn't. I don't know if they said it. It just feels like it to me. But reduce the interactions that are positive. There's definitely feels like there's way more interactions with negative stuff. Beforehand, you would get a good amount of them anytime you used abilities like Ounce of Prevention or something where it like buffed people up. Don't feel like we're really getting those very much anymore. Okay. What's causing you to get stress every single round? You literally have nothing that should be doing that. One HP. Feels bad. Feels freaking bad. Especially since he's about to crit us. Means more stress. Why did he not crit again? I feel like crit tokens are not working the way they should be right now.
A righteous action.
Figures. Alright, she's finally in range where we can use Revelry. And still use Bellow. Not Bellow. The other one. Bolster. For those two. Stress is getting crazy. I mean, and this is a team that has 3 ways to relieve stress.
This wound.
Other teams are not going to be this good at it.
Steady yourself.
Alright, I think this is a good one to pass to check the passive healing. Okay, so we got one of those. What do we want to use? The HP or damage?
The loathing abates.
I think we'll use damage on the Hellion. And we'll swap this to the Man-at-Arms. Yeah. But we'll do for now. I'm gonna get any healing before this freaking road battle though. Lord. Straight from a cultist fight into a road battle. Pretty easy road battle though. Except for the fact that they are frenzied. That was a big 50-point crit. You just calm down. Like, couldn't you be happy for him for one moment? That was a good thing. That was a good job.
There is comfort in company. There is comfort in company. Steady yourself.
I did not know these guys stack stress as much as they do normally. Guess I don't normally let them live this long. But they are beating us up with stress.
The work continues.
Freaking blind, a double blind. Like not even just a one stack of blind, 2 freaking stacks. Oh.
Easily dispatched. In this world, wealth is worthless without purpose.
This is, I don't know. I'll probably play 1 or 2. I'll probably stream it 1 or 2 more times after this since we're doing like only 1 run per stream. But we may take a little break from this patch till the next one because this is first impressions a little overwhelming. It's really taking the fun out of it when everything that your characters are doing is negative.
Through them, and so they must fall. A slow dissection, an unavoidable end.
Double vulnerability from Resentful.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other. Steady yourself.
Ow, that really hurt. That was painful. So that drops him to death's door no matter what. Don't really have much of another option. Maybe the burn will take him out. 3-point heal with the bleed. Nice. Typical occultist. Then gets smacked again. Nice. It looks like their atramorphic slices remove block tokens. That's really shitty. Got the bleed on ourselves again. One down.
Can make all the difference.
The most annoying one. Frustrations are really rising right now. It's getting pretty bad.
This wound, at least,
Hate to be that bitcher and complainer, but man, am I getting frustrated.
Suffering strengthens the bond. Slow dissection, an unavoidable end. Amidst the spoils, an artifact.
Oh, we got another shield.
Unparalleled power.
I don't feel like that shield has given us any extra actions yet, which is a little upsetting. Let's throw it on the Plague Doctor also. See if having two of them makes it seem like it works a little bit more. Second hero shrine, nice.
The worst kind of parasite. Opportunists.
Opportunist. Man, the way he said that. Why? Why? Lame.
The slow suffering begins.
Did I get rid of the move forward? Did. Oh, he did get an extra turn. Nice. Vulnerability tokens. That's sucky. Looks like Man-at-Arm actually got 2 extra turns that round. Will you stop it, Hellion? Like, you're not at a point where I can use that ability on you. Just quit. Oh, man. This is the first time in a long time that a game may make me rage.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end. Slow suffering begins.
Got a combo token and a vulnerability token on her right now. She's about to take a big freaking hit. That's not as big as I thought it was going to be. I assumed that hit was going to be so much larger.
There is comfort in company.
Do need to finish this though, so
Dissection. An unavoidable end.
he's gonna die now. Guess we need to get stressed down before we finish it though. We are only on round 3. We got 2 more. Ooh.
This wound, at least, has been tended to. In crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
Alright, well, we're working towards the positive. Finally. Final round. And he's dead.
In crisis, no gain is insignificant.
You want to go Man-at-Arms again? Yeah, why not? Need to finish him off. We got 2 more.
Chapter 4. Ghosts of the Past. Demoted and disgraced, he returned to the battlefield, ready to endure the wrath of his regiment and grant them some small peace.
Freaking crit tokens all around.
Steady yourself.
Why did that not do anything?
Excellent work.
I mean, a 10% crit chance. We've crit twice with it. Seems pretty high.
At last, he would sleep undisturbed, and perhaps find some comfort in that
Courageous
murky abyss
Abandon.
of dreamless
Ignores
wonder.
block. Plus 100% damage whenever we have block on us. Plus 100% damage if we have the improved block. Removes enemy block and causes vulnerability. That seems really strong. I want to see what the upgraded version does. Because it's really easy on the Man-at-Arms to give yourself both those blocks. Maybe a new strategy there. Don't stun him. Son of a
And
bitch.
stupefied.
It's fine, she dies anyways, even if you protect her that way. And that one dies now too, very nice. Let's knock out some stress here. Weakening. Nope. Obviously not. Ow.
In crisis, we can rely only on each other.
Alright, that fight went pretty good for us. Getting there to a positive interaction.
In this world,
Wealth is worthless without purpose.
Positive relationship. Before we get here, I need to check our relationships. See how people are doing with each other. Alright, Hellion is not good. So decreasing relationship with Hellion really doesn't matter. Fuck. Everyone is bad. Wow. Everyone wants to be so helpful. What is this? It gives +3 stress though? No, thank you. Is this the one I want? Yeah. I don't know why we didn't get a bonus from the man-at-arms there.
Eager to ply his trade. The destination is never in question. Only the route you take to get there. Your collection can wait. Press onward.
The collection can wait, really? That's funny. It's like, stop looking at your inventory. Let's go this way. They want to go this way, so let's do it.
This is no place for decent folk.
I feel like that may become more of a thing, that you may need to pay more attention to what your party actually wants. Exactly. You know, if your whole party wants to freaking go to the watchtower, even though the watchtower is the very last node, it may be worth it just to do it to relieve the stress.
The slow suffering begins.
I'm gonna do this even though it doesn't really help, just to get rid of that block token so the Hellion can smack it really hard. This is gonna hurt. That was with weakening on it. Ouchie wouchie. Alright, he dies. Let's do this.
Comfort in company.
Our one positive relationship is still going strong. I like it. Got rid of our vulnerability hex on him. Because it's probably been too many rounds. So, can we hit him with it again? No. So Baru recently did a interview with two of the Red Hook developers, Chris and whatever the other guy's name is. So they kind of talked about the classes, and if from like the original cutscene for Darkest Dungeon 2, how there's like the Crusader's helmet on the ground, and people were speculating that meant that Reyna was dead. And they officially said that they did not say that anyone was dead. That is not a thing. So the Crusader still being a thing is most likely true. If they're going to add it in as a playable character, or if they'll put it in means like the Antiquarian, where it's like a part of a boss fight or a random encounter or something like that, we still don't know that. Currently, no religious classes are part of the lineup. And I personally feel like that's for a reason. With the whole world like going to shit and them not... I think they're kind of going away from the... You know, some characters are religious and it makes them get along better with other characters. Then I think they're kind of going away from that. Oh, I'm sorry if I ruined that for you, Moo. I thought that you had seen it several times on here before.
An unexpected find.
Yeah, I mean, Antiquarian's in the game currently, just not as a playable character.
Reality comes asunder before our eyes.
Yeah, that would be very interesting, because when you think about like the religious aspects in this game currently, it kind of all is around the cultist and the cosmic. So how they would play that out for the quote-unquote religious characters, I don't know, it would be interesting to see. That's the wrong one.
Steady yourself.
Of course. Why wouldn't you have a big old nasty crit? I would like to see them bring back a bit more of the positioning requirements, where like the Arbalist in DD1 didn't do very much if they were like brought all the way to position 1. Right now, it seems like almost every character is 100% flexible, and they have like an ability to use that is just as strong no matter what like position they're in.
Slow suffering begins.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few enemies that will do a reduced set of abilities, but it's really nowhere. I mean, honestly, DD1 didn't have that many characters that it benefited anyways. Like, it was the stress casters and it was the archers, so it was like backline characters, which I feel like they're kind of going away from the whole backline characters thing, because they'll put freaking tanky ass cultist bare knuckle boxer guys in the back rank.
Impeccably timed.
Alright. Got ourselves a knight. How do we want to approach the knight? He has hardly any blight resistance for some reason, when most of these guys have like really high blight resistance. So I guess that's where we'll start. A 4 damage crush. I'm not gonna weakening curse him until he does his arm guard. Of course, we blinded ourselves. Really? Yeah, what you're saying is kind of about like our team though, Moo. I agree that some of the characters are really flexible in like our team too, but there's still a lot of like movements, position requirements, especially for like Hellion. Hellion not being able to if it bleeds from rank 1 is a little upsetting. So you have to choose, either you're gonna Iron Swan or you're gonna if it bleeds, and that's not really a choice I want to make most of the time. But I'm more worried about the enemies. Like, there's some enemies, most enemies, just seem like they can do whatever they want from any position they want. Alright. Ow, big freaking damage. He had a pretty successful run with Hellion in rank 1. The only mini I was really worried about position on is the cannons. So like the Brigand cannon that's in rank 2. The Brigand Cannon, I don't like how many freaking guard tokens he gives himself. Honestly, I feel like the Brigand Cannon and the Ghoul both make it almost impossible to complete their fights in the 5-round, like in the 5-round system. With the Ghoul giving himself dodge tokens every single attack, and the Brigand giving himself block tokens every single attack. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That is a good one to know. Once again, you steal my thunder. My thunder. Incoming big stress. Oh, big damage and stress. Lord, it hurts. It hurts so much. Yeah, I honestly think I've never tried moving him forward. So, that is a good thing to know.
A promising development.
What do we want to do here? Of course he resists. Of course he resists. Yeah, they're nowhere near as scary as the previous edition, mainly because they can be debuffed. In the previous one, you couldn't debuff them, so if you took the shot, like, you were gonna get stomped on them. But in this one, you can hit them with a weakening curse or blind. It makes them not as bad.
There is comfort in company.
Woo, that was a big hit. That was some big boy damage there. Stop talking. Just shut up. You're all very annoying. Of course. You know, because he had the 2 stacks, so he gets the free turn of healing the Deacon. Just get down to death's door again and die to the blight. Oh, no. Flesh from bone. I have never seen that attack. That was big bleed. I have never seen that ability before. Get rid of that bleed.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Alright, then there was one, and we were a little bit happier about it.
Steady yourself.
I'm noticing that the extra turn is coming into effect a lot more often now, since I started complaining about it. Yeah, he has been getting it a lot. I mean, it is a 1 in 3 chance, so that is pretty high chances.
Messy,
All right.
but effective.
So it's the mountain after this, right? Mountain time. So we have 2 cultist fights, which are just gonna be the worst. And then we have a super buffed final boss now. Honestly, the amount of buffs that they gave the cultist just before the mountain, that's already enough, gonna make this hard enough. But then the buffs that they gave the final boss
There
too.
are yet places
Oh man.
where a little light still gathers.
Gain on miss crits. If rank 1 plus 25% damage. At plus 40 right now. We could give the Hellion the empty Stein plus the greater gnarled knuckles, and it's actually better than what we're using currently because that's plus 50% damage. Armor repair kits, whittling tools. Let's take the fire grenade. Okay.
Planning and mindfulness.
What
As vital
upgrades
to
do we want?
survival as sharp
We've
and
got everything
steel.
for her. We kind of need some stuff for... This having a 20% chance to crit also is pretty outrageous. Let's buff Retribution. And let's buff Crush. Let's buff Noxious Blast. Alright, so we got all 5 for the Plague Doctor, all 5 for the Hellion. We've got 3 for the... 3 and 2. We won't use Daemon Pool most likely. Weakening Curse is good. I don't think it's going to help us, though, because nothing's going to really have the crit. So it's not really being buffed that much. Other than giving a combo token, which no one can benefit from. I guess the Man-at-Arms can. Let's go ahead and grab it. Buff Defender. Just the stab for extra crit, I guess. Alright. High chance of positive affinity changes. Can you please give it to me? That was great. Every single one of them was a positive. Looking great. Gain on hit for a corpse. 1 stress, 30% chance. Again, another freaking stress quirk for him. Lord. I feel like we have to try and get rid of one of those just to try and help out a little bit. Whew. Alright. Chance to spawn a block token each combat until next end. Each combat is not that good, honestly. Thought it was each turn. No one else wants some food? Okay. I mean, at this point, I feel like we burn these to get rid of the stress, because why not?
One learns.
Is there anything else?
Survival demands it.
We'll see if they'll use that. We can buff this. Oh, no. Should have bought the stun one first. Didn't realize how much I was spending. Alright. They're the only ones that could use it, but they got a buff from it, so I don't care. Again, only ones that could use it, got a buff from it, I don't care. Okay, Hellion, right. We need to swap these out. Which means we could give this to someone. I don't really think it's worth it, though. I think we'd rather give this to him. Do we want 40% damage on our occultist or 40% HP? It's 14 HP difference. That's quite a bit. That is quite a bit, actually. I feel like that is good. Why did you get 1 stress from? Why? Alright. Let's do it. Let's go get our tails kicked. Let's lose our first run at the mountain.
At last, the great
Ooh, they finally added a picture here
failure
instead of it just being blank. Man, this is really all going to depend on what kind of cultist fights we get, though. Really? This fight right from the get-go? What is this nonsense? That's not going to hurt anywhere near as much as I thought it was going to because of this freaking debuff. Is it even worth doing? I can almost do as much damage hitting the freaking Cardinal in the back with Iron Swan as using Howling End right here.
Anxiety foments insidious fears.
The blind. And he still landed it, which is really nice. It's a lot of debuffs. 6 freaking damage. 6 damage.
Weaken them, that another may finish the work.
I said I wasn't really going to use it, and there we go. Ow, that hurt. I did not think he had that. I don't know if I've seen him use that attack before. Kind of sucked. Do feel like we are doing reasonably okay. I mean, this fight's still got a long ways to go, but just die. Just die. Thank you.
Have their solutions, even
Lord. I have to heal here. For sure. No. Ooh, nice 40-point crit. That's with the 50% damage reduction from, oh, ranged attacks. It swapped. Okay. That's pretty good. Of course. Of course. Alright. Not really where we wanted to end this fight. I would have liked a little bit of stress relief, a little bit of healing. I guess we'll see how much healing we get with those 2 carriage items put on, huh? Eight points of healing. That's not very much. I don't want to ruin their relationship, so I'm not going to select either of those. But I guess I'm... Ooh. We got inseparable. Nice. How close is... Yeah, they're only one away also. Honestly... Can we get it here? No. That feels bad. I tried. Do we need to take out these front ones first? I don't really know. I know the chibis or whatever, it was easier for us to take out the front ones. I mean, to take out the extra ads first. The fact that they build worship now with every single one of their abilities. It used to be only when they use certain abilities or every couple rounds. But now they get worship with every single one of their abilities. They're just going to heal the cardinals and deacons like crazy. Fine, I'll leave you alone. I don't care. I don't care about you. You're ticking me off. Give me a turn with the man-at-arms. Nope. Yep. Alright, one down. We need stress relief. I do not want to melt down right now. I cannot afford a meltdown right now. This needs to stop. Everything that's going on right now just needs to halt. Fuck, I really don't want to use that. Oh, he's not low enough to heal? Fuck. Do not refuse. So close. I was so close to being bad. Okay, he's gonna do his big attack now, whatever that is. I don't even know what his big attack is, but it's coming.
Anxiety foments insidious.
Jesus. Use. Wow, it let me do it before she melt down for some reason. Because that should have 100% been a meltdown.
There is comfort in company.
God, he's hitting hard. He is hitting so hard. She has a blind token, so there's not really much you can do here. This fight is essentially just like came to a stop right here because I can't. I'm having to spend so much on recovery. I can't progress. 3 points of healing, not good. I'm so hard am I trying to fish for this freaking positive affinity between them two. I am bolstering every time I can.
There is comfort in company.
Alright, Death's Door. Please finish him off. Alright.
But effective.
I can't really say that makes this fight any easier, because this guy's just hitting everyone repeatedly. And the pulls every freaking time.
Self-reliance is a rare and wonderful thing.
You... I hate you so much. We were so close. We were right there. Two. probably just going to do an AoE attack, so that doesn't help us at all, but...
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
That won't even get him. Ugh. Nice. Okay, so it's a good thing we did do the block there.
Sweat-soaked brows, unsteady stances. Exhaustion takes hold.
Jesus. This is a terrible stance to be going into the final boss for.
The loathing festers. Behold.
How would a cherub ruin my day there versus how what just went down?
Emptiness. The slow suffering begins.
I honestly,
The mind must be
I 100% feel like we're gonna die here.
incarceration.
Which really sucks.
A breakthrough.
I don't know that doing an attack that gives me winded right on turn 1 was probably the best bet here, but we'll see. One point heal. Nice. Wow, he just shredded the entire block effect that he had, because he had a large block and a small block. It should have taken 2 attacks. And he just got rid of all of it.
A slow dissection.
Alright.
An unavoidable end.
Oh, there's a stun. Luckily, you can still riposte in stun for whatever reason. That's a thing. And he gets another attack. I think the taunt is really helping us out here. Yeah. It is definitely a thing that works. I don't know why. Meltdown. Healing lock again. Didn't we already have a healing lock? Shouldn't it not use the same ability? Consecutive turns? Isn't that a thing? Fuck, he's so low.
There is comfort in company.
Man-Arms is gonna take like 3 hits here because he's got taunt on.
And now, the greatest test of all.
This thing is gonna die on his turn, so I don't need to worry about him. Alright, what buff? 20% damage buff? What the hell? Why is that a thing? Should not be giving 20% damage buffs when one of them dies.
There is comfort in company.
Who do I even heal here? Oh. Okay, I guess it goes like this. Let me taunt again. And he's stunned, so he doesn't get to do anything. You see this taunt token right here? That means you hit him.
A little help in impeccably timed.
There goes their positive relationship. Gotta try and prevent this meltdown. Which is gonna be really freaking hard. Double death's door, nice. That's just what I wanted to see. Yay.
Stumbling and
This guy has stunned us like every single turn. He's going crazy with the stuns. And the healing. The healing when we have a double death's door. Ouch. That's rough.
a miscalculation.
The blind, of course. Don't make him melt down. Okay. Just stop. Just stop. Don't. Oh, right. The skill's blocked this turn. It's like, why can't I heal? Okay, there's a meltdown.
An interminable conflict.
What do I do here? They're gonna have 2 turns. 2 turns before we get to do anything else. I can't leave both these guys on death door.
Self-reliance is a rare and wonderful thing.
Now we got another one on death's door. Fuck.
An unforeseen complication. Messy. But effective.
Oh. Okay, now it's 10% extra crit. As if the 20% damage wasn't bad enough. Now it's 10% extra crit.
There is comfort in company.
Did he always have 50-50 resistance on his freaking blight and burn? Jesus.
There is comfort in company.
I kind of want them to target her so that she can use her ability to get rid of the winded. Because if we can get rid of the winded and we can start pumping out her big damage again, it will really help us out. You literally just cast that last round. Let your partner cast an ability. Yeah, and it's just, honestly, it's because of what they've turned this fight into with this patch. Beforehand, it was already a slugfest with how long it took, but it was, honestly, you could ignore stress, you could almost ignore HP, and just raw damage it down, and it would be okay. With them giving them damage buff, crit buff, adding more damage over times, adding just like all kinds of crap to this fight, it's become a little hard to manage.
Let us hope they find peace.
Alright, is he low enough now? The main issue here is that she's about to have a meltdown, which is going to reduce her health to like nothing.
Each covets what the other has, and plots to take it.
Alright, we gotta use the big damage. I'm not gonna waste 22 to 40 damage on this guy here. I mean, I could just kill it, though, which is probably the better choice. Why did you heal? Why did you heal? Oh, God. Why is healing a thing on... This is so nerve-wracking. This is honestly borderline stress-inducing, which is Darkest Dungeon in its nutshell, but God.
Unsteady stances. Exhaustion takes hold.
Why are you so fast? Stop putting weakening on her. I need her to hit you really, really hard. .46 crit, damn. Okay, he dies. Oh.
At last, the world
That was with weakening curse on that she did a 46 crit.
before the cancerous corruption. Each milestone
All right.
makes the next road.
We made it through first time after the patch. So,
Push on to the inn.
and honestly, I feel like a crap ton of things went wrong during this run. Like, so many things went wrong.
The Shadow's advance has been halted.
So,
Time.
I don't want to say that they made it too difficult. But there's a lot of things that need to be adjusted. A lot of anxiety for you. You're not the one even playing. Yeah. Oh, man. If I didn't have a bald spot before, I probably will have one now. Alright. Well, that's going to be it for the stream today. I'm definitely not going to do another run right now. We would normally hop over for 30 minutes on DD1. But I feel like after that run being what it was, I'm going to call it a little early. And just go drink some coffee or something and try to relax. So, no, I appreciate you, Moo. Thanks for coming out. Hope you had a good time. Thank you, Rusk, for sticking around. Goldie. Appreciate everyone else in the chat. Hope y'all enjoyed. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, Moo. So, hopefully you can join us then. But you have a good time until then. And I'll see y'all then.